Well, good morning. I think this is working. Yeah, it looks like it is. Wow, that's some progress we made there. We got this. I got the scripts going, so at least fired off the stream on Disney on time. That's good. All right, so good morning. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. The screens that you see are my trading screens. Obviously, it captures everything I'm watching, and my voice over here provides insight as to what I was thinking. So that gives me a comprehensive journal that is absolutely transparent and fully accountable. This is not for trading advice or financial advice. There's a description or a disclaimer in the description here. Typical that you have to do that, but you do. And any times that you see here are on my screens, or that I refer to, are Central Standard Time. It's now 8 o'clock, 8:01 in the morning, 3rd of October, 2025. This stream is not monetized in any way, so your likes and your subs and participation in the chat is really appreciated. Trading's a lonely business. It's nice to talk to people. Hopefully that'll continue to grow and we'll get some sort of a community going on. Let's see here. What else was I going to? Well, the purpose of the stream is that the reason I start at 8 o'clock every morning and continue until 1500 each afternoon is to ensure complete transparency and accountability. Notice that I share my entire monitor, so you can see any programs I have open on these in this computer. There's the clock to the second, and there's the date, which ties up with both Bookmap and my charting package. That is my way of adhering to my commitment to take no trades off the stream in any way, shape, or form. The next thing we've got to think about now are the reports, which we had a big hiccup, of course, because in case you're living under a rock, the American government has been shut down from lack of funding. The current administration has declared war on the Democratic side, I guess. It's not going to be a pretty picture, I don't think. We had, of course, this is non-farm payroll day, which is the big granddaddy of them all. That would have been released at 7:30 this morning, but because of this government shutdown, there is no non-farm payroll. So the first economic data, and the only economic data we'll have today, is the S&P Global Services and the S&P the Global Composite and Global Services, and then the only close thing we'll get to unemployment is the ISM. And they're not coming out until 9 and 8:45 or 9. No, 9 actually. So there you go. This is my IRT. Jesus Christ, I'm sleepy. This is investing.com, which is my older news source, and I like it because I enjoy the presentation here. It's clean, easy to snap and post someplace in a Discord or wherever. And it's free. You can filter it for however you want to. Country, time zone, reports you want, anything else. You can pay for it if you want to, but it's free. Also, there are earnings, and you can look out, next week. What are our reports going to be next week? It's pretty comprehensive. And therefore, I like it. The newer source that I have is the Financial Juice, which is this thing, and it's got a similar calendar docket over here, but it has more of a squawk box feel on the right side. It is also free, but you know, they give you this ad every every time you scroll, I think. I don't care. And I try to present things here that can be used by anyone, free, in other words. So there we have the news stuff. We have, of course, the ever-present possibility of critical political risk, and this new Fed governor that's been appointed is just can't stop speaking and saying things and crazy. That's a real serious risk. If they take away the independence of the Fed, that could be a big problem for the situation here. So now we're going to move on to the pre-market. And here is the IRT charting, which is my basic charting package. Here is yesterday's RTH session. Here is today's ETH session. This is the ES mini, the NQ mini, the micro composite, which is my higher time frame chart, and the market profile. All for the ES mini and the NASDAQ mini, this one chart. The higher time frame is real simple. It is a RTH session only, which is regular trading hours, 8:30 to 1600 Central Standard Time. And these are one-day candlesticks, daily candlesticks. Wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile. That gives me the micro composite profile numbers, including, you'll see the current one here. We have high and low volume nodes represented by these red and green lines. These values push to Bookmap. We have a POC, micro composite POC here, and we have, see what we've got going on. The session prices also push automatically to Bookmap. Right now, what are we doing in volume? Well, we're not too light. ATR, average true range, is down to 1.75 per 5 minutes, points per 5 minutes, and we're at about 95% volume for this time of day. All right. Now, let's jump over here to Bookmap. This is the Bookmap, isn't it? Yes, it is, by golly. And there's a couple things I do here now that we'll just go through quickly. First of all, this is the DOME, or the order book, or whatever you want to call it. And it's the full book. Level 2, no caps, goes all the way up, all the way down. This is the micro composite column where I enter these values manually. Now, I'd like to point out here that this is the new all-time high for the ES put in today in the overnight trading session. This is the all-time high for the ES in the RTH session and was put in day before yesterday. Okay. What does that mean? That means these guys, the RTH traders, hate to have the overnight people or the Asia or Europe people hold a record. This will not stand for more than a few days. It wouldn't have probably held today if we'd had the non-farm payroll. Anyway, so there's that. This is the high and low volume nodes, which are pushed from IRT to Bookmap. This is the full session, or the Globex volume profile. It starts plotting at 1700 each evening and goes until 1600 the following day. Here's the RTH volume profile, which will reset this morning at 8:30. This is my important notes column here, where I first every day determine our open type expected for the day. And it's real simple. There's only two criteria. If we opened right here, right now, where would that price compare or relate to the previous close, which is the previous RTH close right there? It's higher, right? We are higher than the close. And how does this price relate to the previous RTH range? Well, there's the high and the low is way down below us. So it is higher in range. So I first and foremost change the title of the column to higher in range because I'm OCD. No, the reason I do this is because when I look back at a screen snap or recording or whatever, that title column gives me a lot of information. It tells me how I related to the overnight trade and previous RTH trade, etc. Okay, so it's important. It also, the determination of the open type also gives us the proper column to select the statistics, which we'll input here in a minute, alongside of or adjacent to their corresponding session prices, which are pushed here from IRT. Next thing we do is clear the notes from yesterday. Boop. All right. So there we go. Now, here is the overnight volume, or here is the previous at the close volume point of control. So that is the most naked volume point of control for the day. We can put that in there. RTH session, of course. In other words, that is the position of the POC when we closed yesterday, right there, according to this, okay? And these are the session prices. Now, there's no indicators on my Bookmap or my IRT. There are the following. POC for both the full session, which you see is kind of a muted yellow, and POC for the RTH session. POC is nothing more than a marker of the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. That's why it moves. In other words, right here at 83.75 is the price at which the most contracts have traded in the full session so far, right there. The very split second that one of these prices is 4,775, the yellow line or the POC marker will move there. It's that simple. Other lines that kind of confuse people sometimes are the IB high and low because of the naming. It's a market profile convention that stands for initial balance. What these two lines or levels really and truly represent are the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session, period. That's all. Then we have a VWAP for both Globex and RTH. And I guess you could say VWAP is an indicator because it is calculated. And we have a mid for the RTH. The rest are just prices by their name. The gradations over here represent resting liquidity in the book. At 90, we've got 136 contracts, and there it is. Came into the book about 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock last night. This blue line here is just a vertical line that I draw in. That I draw in at the start of every session so that it's a visual reference for me only. Now they're going to mess around here, and we may get down to where we open lower in range, but let's just keep going. This is just, I flopped this on here so I have a visual reference to be sure that I've got the entire session in range. Let's move to the statistics now. And that is driven by this study in IRT. And it's real simple. The study looks back at 2,000 days. Of these 2,000 days, we've now determined this morning that we're going to open higher in range. You see that IRT highlights the correct open type, and this was our open type from yesterday, but it won't it will not do so until 8:30 because we haven't opened, right? Makes sense. We're going to open higher in range. So of these 2,000 days, we opened higher in range 606 of those days. Of these 606 days where we opened higher in range, we revisited the overnight volume point of control 505 times, or 83.3%. Jump back over here, overnight volume point of control. 83.3. Oh, this is pretty tough, huh? Nothing I do is complicated, mysterious, or, you don't have to wear a pointy hat or have a magic wand. This is data, price levels, and probabilities, period. That's the way to have a successful trading business. Not gunslinging or gambling or hunches or anything else. So now we'll just go down the list. There's the previous overnight high. And the next order of business is 76.7, and that's the overnight mid. And the overnight mid is hiding right back here. No, that's settlement. Where the hell did the overnight mid go? It's hiding up here someplace. Right there. The overnight mid is buried underneath the developing value area low. And that is 76.7. There we go. Next is the overnight high, which is 75.4. Then we have the previous value area high. Let's do the previous close. It's 70.5. I want to keep an eye on that bad boy right there. Bad girl, whichever. Whatever floats your boat. Bad non-binary. Or however that goes. Value area high. I wanted to get to the IB high. There we go. The IB high is 68.5. Now, this is the IB high, and it happened to be right under the previous RTH high because once we set the high, it never changed. So we put this high in within the first 1 hour. Okay? So I'm going to make that over here, and I'm going to go IB high is 68.5. 68.5, and it is the IB high. Why do I put the initials? Remember the definition. The minute we open today, this line and this flag and this level are going to change to the high of the first 1 hour. So it's going to jump way down here and then track up for the first hour. As the low will move the other way. And the IB low is 61.9. Same story. Okay. Previous value area high is 71.3. Now, a word about value area high and developing value area high and low. The value area high and low refer to the previous auction, RTH auction in this case, and the developing is the current auction. What else am I missing over here? Overnight low, that's got to be a pretty biggie. Where's that going? That's 49.7. Ooh, now. Good. Glad this happened. Notice the overnight low has a probability of 49.7% being exceeded or revisited in this open type. But the IB low is 61.9. How the hell are we going to get to the IB low without, at 61 without going through 49.7? Of course we're not. This should jump out at you. These are probabilities only. They're not hard, fast lines in the sand, anything like that. This is simply the probability or the percentage of time when we opened higher in range, looking backwards over a subset of 2,000 trading days, the most recent 2,000 days, I should say, that this price level was revisited. That's all it says. So do they suggest good ideas? Shall we suggest, is it a good idea to expect the overnight volume point of control to be exceeded by price? Yeah. But guess what? It wasn't taken out all day yesterday. So they are probabilities. They are ideas, suggestions, whatever, however you want to look at it. And now I'm going to do something that I do every day at 8:20 about, and that is the TLab snap and the TLab thing. And what you say is the TLab? Well, it is a Bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab. It was started by a guy named Tom B. And he is a professional trader with about 46 years experience. And let me first say, he doesn't call trades live. He doesn't trade live. And he's, I'm sure, never going to post his account, records or audited statements or anything else. And I'm sure you're never going to see a wrapped Lambo or a gold chain on that over there. But, after a while, you sort of believe that somebody's, is who they really say they are. Now, I realize that that's a pretty dangerous thing to say, but I believe that Tom is a professional trader that has a lot of experience, and I think his values are good. As I found it years ago, one of the things that I found added credibility there was the fact that nothing is ever for sale. You're not solicited for anything. As a result, I do not recommend any of the other Bookmap Discord sites or chat rooms or whatever they call them, because A, there's a bunch of them, and B, I haven't been to any except TLab, and then two others which I visited briefly, and they were typical. The third word out of the guy's mouth was trying to sell you something. And that's fine, but that's not what I'm interested in, nor would I support that. So there you go. That's the TLab. The next thing we need to do here is get ready to rumble now. And every morning I post the reports about 6 o'clock in there, and then at 8:20 I post this snap, which is just to give everyone in there that doesn't have similar kind of charting an advantage of all these levels, recent sessions. Pick a level about any level you want up here, or reference, and where we are currently. Just trying to help out, I should say. Okay. Since my chapter marker thing plugin is still broken in OBS, I'm trying to follow a script kind of in terms of time. It's the usual cadence and method, the usual procedure that I do every day, or checklist that I do every day, but the times vary. So I just kind of did a rough time setup so that I can put a chapter markers in the stream at the end of the day that make sense, that are, accurate, until this fella gets the chapter marker plugin fixed for the new OBS. And so let's get on to the next order of business, which is pretty important, I think, to be able to trade, isn't it? Welcome to the stream, by the way, and click a thumbs up. Most importantly, or I guess equally important, subscribe if you could. That'd be great. And throw something in the chat. Where are you? What do you think? Blah, blah, blah. So let's be able to trade here with TLab. TLab, Jesus, Bookmap. Man, I need to go back to bed. I think TGIF, huh? Poof. Okay, in order to trade with Bookmap, what you need to be able to do is click the trade control panel right here. See the padlock? Now you select a method you will use to trade or with the application using your mouse. If you select chart, the only place you can trade with your mouse is the trade active data column. If you choose DOM, the only place you can trade with your mouse are the DOM columns. And guess what? If you choose both, both columns, there we go. See? You keeping awake? Good. Okay. And now that we've selected one, you notice this button turns green and the padlock goes open. How cute, isn't it? The next thing I need to do, however, is to select multi-brackets, because that's the ultimate key. This applies the risk neutral methodology to my trading. This is the smallest risk neutral package you can use for trading, and it is because you need to have an even number of contracts. 2. There's the package size. Then you select a stop for the entire package. In my case, I have 12 ticks. Your first objective as a trader is to preserve your account and grow it compounded. So your stop loss here needs to be, the first thing you need to consider is your account risk parameters, and then volatility of the market, what instrument you're trading, all that stuff. If you trade the NASDAQ and you try to get away with a 12-tick stop, guess what? You're not going to have a very good day. So once you have this first package of the stop set, the size and the number of ticks, the first risk neutral target, or the first take profit target, is automatic because it's for the same number of ticks positively as the stop for the package is negative. In other words, this is an R value at R -1. This is an R1. Risk 1. I'm risking 12 ticks. I'm making 12 ticks. And it's for half of the package. Then you have the runners. And you can set these up for different, if you want there's 4 contracts. Here's 4 contracts with high volatility. Let your conscience be your guide. But once you've achieved this first profit target, the trade is risk neutral. The worst you can possibly do is scratch, unless you are a disciplined donut and you move your stop away from your entry. You move your stop away from 12 ticks to 14 or 16 or something else, then you're screwed. And you deserve what you're going to get. I mean, that's like, do not ever move your stop away from entry, period. You need to pre-think your entry location and your stop size before you put the trade on, not after the fact. The next thing I need to do is a multi-account trading thing here, which is that. Close. Oops, close. Come on, close. This is the part I want you to do. Close. There you go. All right, so now we have set up our trade control panel. I don't need any of these other bracket tools over here in the trade control panel because I use multi-brackets. And you notice that the trade metrics are right here, as they are here. So I confirm the package size. I click the button again, and that gets my real estate back. I have all my metrics up here. I have cancel and close. That's all I need. I'm set to trade now, and we're going to open in about 30 seconds. And let's, fingers crossed, it's already reset, so it's ahead of itself by 30 seconds. God damn, this thing, there is something wrong with the clock. You notice we're not at 8:30 yet. I have a task that resyncs this computer to the time server, GMT time server, every morning at 7 o'clock. There's got to be something different with the clock, of the rhythmic clock. I don't know, but here we are. God damn it. This worked fine for years, and this is as close as I've been able to get it to reset properly in a long time, so I'm not going to complain too much. But I will now start setting my migrating volume point of control flags there. As soon as we get some mileage under our belts, I will reset the vertical boy over here. This is top secret, so if you haven't paid for special membership, look away. This is a blue vertical line, and why do I do that? It's just a visual cue for me. As the day progresses and the market goes this way, you know, as we scrolls off left, if I glance left and don't see this blue line, I know that I do not have the entire session in view on the chart, and that's what I want to have. That's what you see somewhere. Come on, God damn it. That's what you see right here. This was the session start ETH last night. Here's the session start yesterday's RTH. Okay, so this means when I glance over here like this and see that line, that tells me that I have definitely got the overnight's full session in view. And the same will happen with this RTH session. Okay, so I'll have to trust you to deposit all that money for that secret thing there. Okay, maybe not. So we're open. We're migrating. And what I do here is kind of you'll learn here if you hang around the stream a while. I'm sort of OCD and I am real stuck to process. These flags were really important in the beginning of my use of Bookmap, the recent reuse of Bookmap. I used to keep the time scale on about 5 minutes. So when you do that, obviously, you don't have the whole session in range after a while. And the yellow brick road here pretty soon these movements will scroll off to the left. And I want to know where we've been with the POC. So I started tracking them like this. That's where we are. Okay, what happened? Are we rich yet? Oh, come on, man. I leave you guys alone for a minute and nobody's rich. What's the deal there? I buy you books and send you to school, and all you want to do is eat the teachers. All right, all joking aside here, it is a beautiful day. It's a TGIF. It's about 24C. That's about 75 or 6F for you F'ers out there. Yeah. Remember that all my times are Central Standard Time and that I am streaming live and direct, baby. What do we got going on? What's next? We got the open and this about, okay. So here we are. I don't have the chapter markers, as I said, because that plugin broke when I updated with the new update of OBS, and the fella hasn't gotten it fixed yet. So rather than risk jeopardizing all of my settings, of which there are a lot, in OBS to do with because I use a mixer, and this Shure M7B and things go through the mixer and then over to that computer. I don't want to jeopardize all those settings that took me forever to get set up by rolling back OBS so the chapter marker thing would work, because I have faith that this fellow is going to get it fixed. We'll see. Anyway, my point is I can't add stuff on the fly as I used to be able to. And I think it's important to have the chapter markers and the time, whatever we call it, timeline or chapters or whatever, accurate in the stream, because remember, this is my virtual journal. I stream it to YouTube for a couple of reasons. Transparency, accountability is one good one, but B, I can review the stream on any device, which is pretty freaking handy, because if you remember, I start at 8 o'clock in the morning streaming here, and I go until 1500 every afternoon. And I have stand-up desks. I never sit down all day. I start around 5:30 or 6, and I go until last night. I signed out of here when I was working on this backtesting at about 2300. It's a long day. So if I want to review my stream, I am certainly not going to go through 7 hours of streaming, right? I want to have those chapters be correct so that I can jump from one to the other and analyze. The point of the stream is it captures everything that I'm looking at on my two monitors here, my two trading monitors. And then my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking. So I want to, and you'd be surprised the number of times if you have to be ever vigilant about your, what is stimulating you, hide as, or your monkey mind or whatever you want to call it. Sometimes when you're in a trade, or when you've taken a trade, when I have, and I review the stream, I'm going, what the hell was I thinking, because I'll hear myself. I try to be real vigilant and disciplined about recognizing those inputs and being aware of them, being aware of the adrenaline boost or whatever else you get. So that is just a little tidbit there. One other thing I don't think I mentioned in the pre-market, though, however, is the reason for the multi-account trading. Any trade I place or any movement of orders or anything else I do here in the stream is automatically pushed to 4 other accounts. This is a TopStep evaluation account and 4 others behind it. So there's a total of 5. My theory when I started this exercise here with the stream and on this account was to be, 0 to hero, captured, recorded, absolutely fully transparent and fully accountable. Now I'm about all 5 of these accounts now is one 2-lot trade away from being in the XFA. And then after 4 days of profitability or 5, they put you in a live account. At that point, you only have 1 account anymore, right? But that was the point, and I'm sticking with it. So, we have just taken out our overnight volume point of control, so our statistic at 83.3% has just been satisfied. Right there. You notice that the line and the flag sometimes are a little behind price, and sometimes they get unsynced. That's completely normal behavior here with Bookmap, and the reason for that is the prices are pushed automatically real time every 30 seconds from right here, the session prices. And on IRT, they're immediate. With Bookmap, now here you go, perfect example. See the IB high line of the indicator and the IB high flag? The most, or the smallest refresh time I can set, or the most frequent refresh time I can set in the cloud note column here, last time I looked, is a minute. The folks who coded this indicator, which you buy from IRT, or from Bookmap, obviously set it to refresh like 30 seconds or so. So that's why it'll get out of sync. And the fact that this data, the data for both of these, there it is again, the data for both of these, flag and line, are the exact same data pushed simultaneously from IRT. Boop, there you go. Now, also, if I share these session prices freely with a lot of people, and I start publishing them or pushing them at 1700 on Sunday night until 1600 on Friday afternoon, just let me know, subscribe, like, thumbs up, and drop something in the chat that you would like the session prices. They are pushed from Google. I upload to Google for the purpose of sharing them. They're pushed, and what you get is you get a link to that Google page which downloads a CSV file. So you can either put that CSV link directly into your cloud note column or to this indicator, or use that on any kind of other charting package that you happen to have. Excuse me. Okay, now let's just see what's going on here. And I can safely say not a hell of a lot so far. Here's an interesting factoid for you. Government closures. The United States government is shut down because the infighting between both sides of the government, the Republicans and the Democrats. It is a statistical fact that over the past, the last government shutdown was, I think, the longest one. It was like 34 days, I believe. Now, I shouldn't be quoting these statistics because it's from memory, and I picked them up from Tom Sosnoff, I think, or one of his people, actually. They do a lot of interesting statistics. Now that he's gone, though, I don't know what's going to happen. But anyway, over the past, say, 8 government shutdowns, the S&P has risen in each one of the shutdowns. There was no negative impact whatsoever on the S&P indices. So the ES, in other words. So in this government shutdown, you should expect the ES to go up and to the right. That would be the highest probability. And so far, that's exactly what we're doing. There's the shutdown, and here we are. Yesterday, today. And conveniently, there's no non-farm payroll numbers, which would be really bad, I am sure. So they are conveniently not going to be published today, and that would not have any negative impact on the market. Just a little side factoid for you. Okay. Now what? Who's on third? Are we doing stuff here? Yes. So we have what is our context so far? Well, it's up, isn't it? I'm expecting hopefully, I talked about this in the pre-market, basically rotational day here without the reports. Now we do have the ISM numbers out at the top of the hour. I think it's the top of the hour. Let's hope it's not in a minute. Sometimes they sneak them in at 9:45. Excuse me. Oop, let me make sure that's current. Yeah. Okay. So we got the ISM numbers. These are at 8:45, so they have just come out, and they're good by a bit. You know, it's tense, but hey, good is good, right? The S&P Composite and S&P Services. The ISM numbers down here, manufacturing and non-manufacturing, and to a lesser extent, the ISM employment number. This is the only employment number we're going to get today when the market is used to the non-farm payroll. So these are coming out at the top of the hour at 9 o'clock. And this is already done like dinner. So there you go. The fact that this is financial juice, as I mentioned, I don't find calendar presentation as good to snap and put in as, you know, I like investing.com. And this means it's important and it's out. It doesn't mean a miss, right? The color red just means it's important. So here's the big Yahoo going into COVID, and here we are. Not any really great improvements there, just a little bit over last month, but look where we are in the grand scheme of things. We're down from the tens, right? Oops, down from the tens. Sorry about that. We have the ever-present unknown critical political risk today, as we do every day, but today is probably a little more heightened because of the office, you know, the closures and a lot of pretty caustic comments. Coming at you. Where did that guy go? This guy here. This is the new Fed governor who is real. He's still an employee at the White House. So he was confirmed on a Tuesday, and by that by that Friday he had made like 4 speeches. And he basically echoes whatever Trump says. For example, you know, demeaning or sort of insulting comments about Fed Chair Powell, and, you know, just really weird stuff that I, having been around the markets a long time now, don't expect. That's the kind of crap you hear about, you know, in Congress or politics, not the Fed. I think the real danger that we have at this point is the politicalization of the Fed. That will be a big deal. And I don't mean any of this. This is not a political statement one way or another. I'm not going to say what my political leanings may or may not be, but in any situation, any business, project management, construction, supply chain, anything, the managers, in some cases that, you know, the jobs are big enough, there's a project manager. In some cases, even bigger, there's a risk manager. What you do is you look at your situation and your project or whatever it is, and you analyze the risks to that project. You try to quantify them, and you make a risk management plan how to deal with them. The worst case scenario is a risk that you cannot plan on or identify or mitigate or make a mitigation plan for. And that's the situation we're in now. And I don't think it's a secret or insulting or any kind of a derogatory statement to make that I think everybody that's alive and watches the markets is aware of the fact that there are random statements made by a few folks in the administration now that have can have a huge impact on the market or the auction. Look at April, whatever they called that thing with the foam, the Rose Garden story about tariffs. That ought to be enough. And that's a continual basis. And the only reason that I bring it up is that it is unscheduled. It can be an offhand comment to reporters walking to the helicopter, for example, or it can be something that we don't know about. If it's scheduled, it's no different than non-farm payroll. And in many cases, much less impact on the market than, for example, non-farm payroll is. But non-farm payroll is scheduled years in advance. We know it's the first Friday of every month. We know it's at 7:30, The thing that we don't know about the political risk we have now, potential political risks we have now, are they can say anything at any time, tweet or whatever social thing, or walking by a camera or a microphone. So it's not a political statement at all. It is a situation where your prime job as a trader is to manage your risk and compound your account. So there you go. What does that mean? That means you need to identify risks and be aware of them if you can. And if you can't, then oops, you got trouble in River City. And that's what we have, is trouble in River City. It looks like we're going to take out the high here, the overnight. We've gotten the IB, the overnight volume point of control. We've taken out the previous IB high. And we are marching higher towards a new all-time high. And what did I say about this in the pre-market? That this all-time high in the ETH would not last probably more than a day or two? Well, guess what? It isn't. It just got taken out in the RTH. They now have their level back. They're all happy campers. There you go. I hate to be a fortune teller, but it's a known thing. So this has now been exceeded by price, and my workflow over here is that when a level is exceeded or taken out, I change the text to black, and then typically on the weekends, if it's not a major level, I just remove them like it's a naked volume point of control or whatever. And now we have a new all-time high right up there by a tick, huh? Whoops, I don't want to do that. I want to do this. Now we can change that to today. Yay. And they may get more out of it, but there we are. That's how I do those. There you go. That is just something you can take on board. So, welcome to the stream. Let's see where I am now, if I can try to keep track of this. Okie dokie. Remember those numbers, that ISM numbers are coming out the top of the hour. Close. That's as close as we're going to get to a employment number today. And then there's the PMIs. Project Manager Index. Services is by far the largest employment sector in America. Services, think about that for a second. And we got about 3 minutes to that number. I have no clue what that number will do. They may go, harumph. You know, nobody may care. It is going to be the ISM. This is the only remotely unemployment and employment number we're going to get today. The big numbers are manufacturing PMI and manufacturing prices. We had services and composite up here. This is the investing.com again, and this is Financial Juice. This is a little more about here. He continues to go. Moran continues to speak. This guy, if you have some time at some point, Google the Mar-a-Lago Accord, which he wrote and put forward. It's pretty surprising to me. So here we are. Top of the hour in about a minute and a half. What reporting we're going to get. So, you know, I don't say hook in and hang on, but you may want to just be ready. Okay. Obviously, I don't suppose I need to say this, but there is a delay. YouTube built a delay in to the stream. I type that something in there every morning to kind of see what the delay is. This morning, it's about 10 seconds. The other day, it was damn near a minute. And we've got about 25 seconds here, 20 seconds to the top of the hour. So we'll see what happens. And again, I'm not expecting really anything to happen, but we will have a look anyway. I will have the I'll have the financials used because it does have a bit of a more squawk box idea. You saw the red thing. Investing.com does change, just reports that way. Now, they've already got an actual out for both of the ISMs. How that happened before 9 o'clock, I don't know, but there you go. And you see the reaction to it over here. You see the reaction to price, to the report. Oh, I see why. Previous was 52, forecast 51.7, actuals 50. Big miss. And reflected, excuse me, and reflected right here. Brr. So there you go. Damn. Okay, we are at the 9 o'clock hour now. The first statistic that I am paying attention to and which I am vetting is called the IB high or low statistic and its associated trades. And they are the IB failure and the IB continuation. Now, remember the definition of the IB? It is only nothing more than the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session, meaning that this is not a statistic until 0930 Central Standard Time. But we'll talk about it a little here. And that's the trade that those are the two trades that I'm vetting. And I'll talk about that in a minute. So just quickly, my setup here, the blue line is session start. I try to keep, that's just a visual reference to make sure I've got the entire session in view. I try to keep the price ladder here at a point. And the idea for these two things is for me to be able to keep myself grounded in a scale. Oh, the ISM services business activity is 49.9. That's the lowest it's been since 2020, ahead of the COVID. That's interesting. I wouldn't have known that one. And that's why we're having this right here. Sell off. Anyway, so the IBs. Now, what in the hell is the IB? Well, funny you should ask. The IB statistic is, as I said before, an old, the initial balance is an old market profile thing that everybody watched. And the IB statistic is well known for years. What that statistic says is the following. There is greater than a 97.9% probability in all four open types that the high or low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session, the IB high or the IB low, will be exceeded by price at some point in the balance of the RTH trading session. So at 9:30 and until 9:30, this goes up with price and this goes down with price until 9:30. Then they don't move anymore. They're fixed. from 1 millisecond after 9:30 until 1 millisecond before 1600, there's a 97.9% probability that the low or the high, the IB low or the IB high, will be exceeded by price at some point. That's the IB statistic. It isn't a statistic now because it's not 9:30. And if you don't believe me, here is the statistics study looking backwards over 2,000 days. Remember, that's your sample set. IB high or low, IB high or low, IB high or low, IB high or low. There it is. And this happens to be the open type for today. Therefore, 97.9% probability that we'll take out the IB high or the IB low. Boop, real easy. That is the statistic, and there you have it. Now, after that statistic has been achieved, there are two suggested trades called the IB failure, which is essentially a fancy name for a mean reversion trade based around the IBs, the initial balance. And there's an IB continuation, which ought to be pretty simple, ought to be, self-explanatory. But those are the trades that I am vetting to have a vetted, verified, a trade setup with and criteria with a verified expectancy for my trade plan, my ammo box, my clip, my quiver, my whatever you want to call it, playbook, whatever, pick an analogy, guns or sports or whatever, date book if you like girls or boys or whatever. So what do I have to do between now and 9:30? Watch the market and narrate, period. Not necessarily, I apologize to anybody that's coming through here that's looking for an adrenaline rush or some exciting, thing in the stream, because that's not what professional trading is. This is a trading business focused on achieving consistent profitability and managing risk with a heightened focus on compounding the account. Positively compounding the account, not negatively. That means that a lot of the time you are watching the market, stocking the trade. Now, I keep the entire session in view. We're talking about the fact of the IB statistics, statistic, and the two initial balance trades, which I am vetting. So that means that as we approach 9:30, I can zoom in, scale up, whatever I want to do to get a more in-depth view of my parameters, because when I am expecting, or I have the possibility of interacting with the market by trading. But the bulk of the time, and if you are a real trader, not just a gunslinger or a gambler or a video game guy or person, this is what you do. Trading is not an action-packed adrenaline sport. In fact, you want to recognize when those things start to happen to you and be aware of them, and you're not going to ever get over them because they're part of your monkey mind, but you want to be able to recognize them and not act on them. That's really important. And remember, this is my stream, and I'm talking to myself. And these are when I say really important, I'm talking to me, about me. It's important to me. If you have a system and, throwing crap on the wall at a calendar tells you what to do, or darts or whatever, and you're consistently profitable over a large data set, not just within random distribution, don't quit whatever you do. And if you do have something like that, drop it in the chat for us so that I can, I'm wide open to any suggestion. This is what I'm doing, what I believe to be correct, and what I'm doing now for my trading business. So there you have it. It doesn't make for a, exciting stream, that's for sure. You ought to try being on my side. You guys come in and out, drop in and out, and go wherever, and I'm focused here narrating all day long from 8 in the morning until 1500 every day for day in, day out, weeks, months, years. Nobody said work was fun, huh? That's why they call it work. Why they call it a business. Now, is this the greatest opportunity in the world? I believe so. And I've lived a long time, and I've had a really fortunate life in that I've had a lot of opportunities and traveled around the world a few times and lived in many different countries for a long time. And back when I originally discovered trading, which was 1999, it struck me that it was, even then I had been very fortunate in my life. And it struck me that it was the greatest opportunity that I had seen. And I'd seen some pretty good ones. So now I'm not talking about, smuggling drugs or some crap where where they make cubic money in seconds. I'm talking about, a business, a legal business, and all those kind of things. I'm not talking about something like that. And I knew a lot of those guys from being a sailor in the Caribbean back in the late 70s and early 80s. It was Pirates of the Caribbean, man. That's when those guys were smuggling weed right, left, and center. You'd pass those boats in the night a lot. That's a whole different world that I definitely don't recommend going down that trail. And I'm not speaking about that as an opportunity. And an interesting perspective in trading that you will come to recognize, I hope. Trading is an endless stream of opportunities, and there is no such thing as a missed opportunity. There is only the next opportunity. I guess that's just a fancy way, a trading way of saying why cry over spilt milk, if you want a old dated saying. There you go. So we are at 9:14. Well, we're getting close. What have I done now? I've let Mr. Blue Boy disappear. Where's Blue Boy? Ah, there he is. Come on, Blue Boy. Blue Girl, whatever. Blue Witch, whichever you prefer. Blue It. Blue Thing. Blue Thing. There you go. Well, it's like Wild Thing, only different. And to now I hope it's clear why I do this. I've articulated it, but I'm going to point it out graphically. What context are we having today? What would you say the context is? We are rotation. This is retail soup, man. We have an 88, 71 to 88. So that's essentially an 18 handle wide range for nearly the first hour. We did, as I predicted in the pre-market, we did put in the new all-time high, so that they can rest easy this weekend now. Funny, it's really funny to me how these old understood truisms from the market really do pay out, like the risk, like the gap rules, the fact that the RTH traders just, it's like a burr under the saddle, you know, for these RTH traders to allow the ETH group to have a record, have a level or something. I said it very plainly in the pre-market, and it didn't take them very long to get there. I think it was pretty much, well, there. Okay, so less than 30 minutes of the RTH session to get up there and put in this new all-time high. Only one tick, mind you, or two over the all-time high that they'd put in the ETH session earlier in the morning. Okay, I gotta do some stuff here. Okay. All right, where are we now? Okay. Uh-oh. Blue thing is hiding again. There we go. So we are approaching 9:30, at which time the IB statistic will become a thing. As of now, it is not, because it's not 9:30. And I'm sure that everybody understands that, so I'm not gonna go over it some more. If you're new to the stream, smack a thumbs up and a subscribe would be great. Drop something in the chat. That's really great because imagine how I feel standing here alone all day talking to myself. Nice to have people to interact with. It's in some degree. And I see lots of numbers of coming and going, but nobody interacts, which is kind of weird. But a lot of people are, I guess, lurkers, they refer to it as. Whatever floats your boat. So we got 10 minutes till the IB stats sets. What have we done today? We have rotated. This is a pretty balanced looking profile, is it not? Got a little hiccup down here. Over here, it's pretty balanced looking. Well within range of yesterday so far would be then considered. Doesn't make sense. Hold on a minute. I guess, in fact, we did get above the high. Oh, you know what I did wrong? Oh, boy, did I screw up. Thank goodness I figured that out now. There we go. Well, that's what happens when you... I need to change this charting to RTH session only. That configures the correct relationship between the value area high and the developing value area high. That's a big mistake. That screwed up potentially folks who, this is the micros, by the way. I track exactly the same thing, same configuration for the micros. The reason I need to do this is so that the relationship is correct between the value area high and that it accurately reflects previous RTH value area high, not the overnight. That was a mistake. So here we go. Now the value area high will correctly represent the previous. You see how it just changed to down here? It now correctly represents the previous RTH value area high. And you see that it realigned itself down here with a statistic. There you go. Okay. Oh, that's stupid. Just if anybody cares, what what that does is the value area high and low reflect the previous auction, and the developing value area high and low are for the current auction. So during the overnight period, the value area high reflects the previous auction, which is the previously closed RTH session. The moment we open, however, the developing value area high or low becomes this RTH session, and the value area high and low accurately reflects the previous auction, which would be the ETH. All those people who use these levels, and myself to a lesser degree, expect the value area high or low to reflect the previous RTH value area. So I need to switch my charting from full session to RTH session only, and then everything is correct with the value areas and only the flags. I mean, the value areas don't change and the plotting doesn't change, nor do the values. But the flag here themselves, the session price flags, do, and now that's been corrected. So that's, and I just apologize to a couple of the people who rely on those. Okay. Now we are at 9:26. I want to point out the importance of not getting your knickers in a knot right here. What happened? Nothing. This is not a statistic yet. There are three minutes to go. Okay. If the price comes up through the IB high at this point, the IB high will move higher with price. And same with the low. Now, at 9:30, no. At 9:30, the IB statistics, the IB high and low will be fixed, and then the statistic is active. Ooh, minute and a half. Pins and needles, everybody. Hey, blue guy, what's the deal there? There you go. Okay, so about a minute until the IB statistic sets or becomes a thing. You notice 9:30 right here. You notice 9:28, 9 over here. And there you go. Now, what do I think is going to happen? Oh, this is pretty interesting. Wow, we have a big divergence. Something's wrong. We have a big divergence between the NASDAQ and the ES. We have 30 seconds to the IB stat, but look at here. We're trading at the highs and we're trading down here at the lows. That's something. Divergence. What does that mean? Wow. Okay. We are now, bam, 9:30. The IB statistic is set. That means the high will not move, the low will not move. The IB statistic has not been made because we haven't taken out one or the other. And let me caution you on trading toward the statistic is a real low probability thing. And here's an example of that. Oh boy, we're close to the IB high. We're above the POCs and the VWAPs and the mids. We're going to take the IB high and you get long. And then this happens, and then down it goes. And that is not unusual. I'm not saying that we will not take the IB high. It is likely the more probable, but it is definitely not a slam dunk, meaning that the statistic has not been done yet. So the IB continuation or the IB failure trades are not valid yet. There is the IB statistic right there. We just took it by a tick, and they took out 103 stops. Now, what would be my probable trades? First of all, do a quick check. Both 2-lot, my copy trade is right, my multi brackets are right. I've run the check, okay? We're back in the game. The statistic has been taken right there. Now what's going to happen? Well, if you look at the context of the day and the profile, or the volume profile, it would suggest a mean reversion called the IB failure. And here is my, here's my problem. I have a range requirement that says I need to have an unobstructed path to my risk neutral, or my first take profit target to validate the entry. Well, there's the IB. 2 ticks later is the overnight high. A couple of ticks later down the road here is the value area high. So there is no area here which has the range requirement. Also, it's mean reversion. What does that mean? There's the mean. We have the overnight volume point of control. We get the mid. We got the VWAP. We got the POC. Not a high probability environment. Not a target-rich environment. Now, also, you need to consider that your goal as a trader, your mission as a trader is to preserve and compound, grow your account by compounding it. And also, in the moment, in the trade, your goal is not to scratch. That's not where you're going. That is a beautiful benefit and a huge psychological lift in your trading development using the RTH or the risk neutral trading methodology. But your goal is 12 points. That's the first take. That's the real profit target. Well, here's the IB at 88, 78, 76. Your goal is down here at 76, below all of these levels, each of which provides an opportunity for price to bounce, as it did right there, as it did right here, as it did right there, for price to react, right? This is, looking like an IB continuation is more, perhaps more of a likely scenario, but a couple of things are bothering me here. We're trading at our highs, just under the expected move, for whatever that means. and the NASDAQ is selling off. I'm wondering if this is something's wrong down here. I'm actually questioning the charting. That's one hell of a that is a big divergence between the NASDAQ and the S&Ps. I'm puzzled, actually. These are potential setups for the IB continuation trade here. You know, we drown, we go up through it, we come back down, we can't get anywhere. These sellers here are not getting paid, and what might likely we do? Well, I don't know, to be honest with you. It looks like we're going to go up, so that I guess the IB continuation would have been a reasonable play, except it's not scaled yet. I don't know. I hate this shit. I don't like these kind of days. This is my backtesting tab, and I've done something for myself here, which is we're not getting anywhere with this IB continuation. Unfortunately, I should have been on that, I guess. But I have a problem when it goes contrary to the rules here. What I was going to say about the backtesting is this is a system, right? IB continuation system, trading system. And what I've done over here is build a chart so that I can visually confirm the signals are firing as I expect them to. And these signals, these lines are custom indicators, and these are signal markers. And they have nothing to do with the trading system as far as connectivity. Now, they are the exact same levels and rules as are required for this, but one is not the other, right? This is just for my visual reference over here. I don't know why the damn thing wants to be jammed up here at the top of the chart all the time. That irritates the shit out of me. So the way works is I have these codes, these signals coded up. It's really a simple system. And then these signal markers, the reason you see so many of them is that they're not independent of each other. In the trading system, it is sequential. You have to have A, and then before you can have B, and then you have to have A and B before you can have the trigger, But over here, they're just firing. Like I said, they're not part of the deal. They're not part and parcel of the trading system itself, which I only use for backtesting. So there you go. Interestingly enough now, however, we didn't meet the qualification for an IB failure, and we have not met the qualification for an IB continuation trade yet. We have not put in the rules. So, you know, there you go. I feel better. You start getting, I start getting, you know, Hyde comes out, your monkey mind starts working, you get that adrenaline, you go, ooh, 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 I'm going to miss it, fear of FOMO, whatever it is. And that's exactly El Wrong Amundo. Now, I don't know if I can do this without breaking everything or not. Trying to work around this trying to work around this chapter crap. I explained all that in the pre-market. So welcome to the stream, by the way. Drop something in the chat and, you know, subscribe and click like and send money and, you know, all those things. What I was getting at here, describing was, okay, here is the IB statistic goes active right there, 9:30, wherever it went, 9:30. The IB statistic is achieved right here at 9:31. Now we are starting to get a more directional feel, which tends to IB continuation. And I'm starting to get all antsy here thinking, ooh, I missed an IB continuation trade. And in hindsight, looking in the rearview mirror, of course it's easy to spot. That's the stock and trade of the internet gurus and the Twitter meisters and masters and all that crap. But I don't do that. I'm trading the hard right edge. Now, so there we go. And there we are. And what are you going to do now? Ooh, going long? Is this an IB continuation? Maybe. We did test the IB. The sellers didn't get anywhere, and it looks like we're trading up. Perhaps that's it. Perhaps that's a signal. But you see the difference between the hard right edge and looking in the rearview mirror. Now, what I have just am doing is I'm confirming my backtest trade signals here. These rules, well, this happens to be the IBC only, but I have one for IB failure, and then I have a trade system that does both. I have a problem with the IBC on the system that does both, but anyway, that's another story. These rules are sequential in the trading system. This chart mimics the trading system levels and rules, but they are not connected in any way. In other words, nothing over here is going to take a trade or anything like that. These are simply an application of these trading rules here, here, here. These lines are the zones which are also encoded over here, but they're not connected, right? This is a visual. I'm visually oriented, right? And I want to confirm stuff that I can see. I only use these trading systems for backtesting. I guess at some point, if it works great, I could turn it into an algorithm or, a bot. But at this point, it's backtesting. And so besides backtesting and going through and looking at every trade, which the IRT backtest system is really quite a comprehensive engine and reporting structure or capability, I want to see this visually. Now, what else has happened is I discovered, oh, well, wait a minute. Maybe this can be confirmed trading signals in the moment, because this is live, huh? Now I'm thinking I'm all butthurt because I missed an IB continuation trade. Until I look over here and I see, well, having a hard time seeing this and keeping it on the microphone, but A is the trading rule, which says the IB statistic is taken. These lines only start plotting at 9:30. Okay, so when I see signals away from 9:30, that's fine, but I know they're absolutely non-applicable because there's no time, there's no 9:30 requirement or, session requirement on these. These are just this is just the B rule and this is a trigger. Anyway. And that's why there's triggers here. They do meet the criteria of the trigger short, but there's no A yet. So you need to have an A rule and then a B rule and then a trigger. And the way it works is I have not had a trigger for an IB continuation trade yet. So I'm waiting. And the way it works is this is the IB flag. There's also one here. So that is rule number 1. Here is an IB continuation, IB high continuation, long. Rule number 2. What we need is an IB continuation long trigger, which we don't have yet. And what the way that works is, the way the rule works is, we need to have price pull back to within this 1 point zone on either side of the IB high. That would be the trigger for the IB continuation long. Boop. So I didn't miss a trade. I'm following the rules, and there we go. And there have been no others. There has not been any rules for the IB failure or the IB low, anything around the IB low. So I've not missed any trades. I'm following my rules, and I'm doing exactly what I'm supposed to do. Now we're getting price moving down towards that trigger area. So I'll have to scratch my head and decide, am I going to go long if it throws the trigger? Or am I going to... the IB failure would be quite a thing to wait for, wouldn't it? So let's see. That's what we'll do. That's how it works. Oop. Thought that would be interesting, though. The next move I would like to do, now I'm going to get Blue Boy back here. Okay, where's my session? There we go. I'd like to get the next great idea would be to get those lines or those levels and zones here on Bookmap. I think I know how to do that, but you know, I'm still working on the backtesting, which I think is more important at this point. Since I have a chart already that I can rely on for the triggers and the rules. Yeah. Well, I hope you're having a TGIF. I hope you're being disciplined and that you take on board the fact that you are a business person. Now, this is if you want to have a business, trading business that you rely on for your income or a large portion of it, and that has no upside cap, make as much money as you can, no problem, and that is consistently profitable over a long, you know, statistically significant data set, then, you know, that's what I'm doing. And if that's interesting to you, hang around, interact, you know. If that's not interesting to you and you want to listen to other, you know, you like video games or gambling or somebody that spends all their time streaming about the rear view mirror and, oh, you know, well, this is a structured trade, this, that, and something else, but provides no evidence about how that trade was structured or what's the data or anything else, that's okay too. I mean, knock yourself out. What are we doing? Where are we? Who's on third? What's up here? Well, we still have not gotten our trigger, and we may not. And that's, you know, I couldn't be more disappointed than I am. What's up? Okay. Trying to keep these chapter things straight. Anyway, yeah, well, welcome to the stream. I appreciate it. Throw something in the chat, click a thumbs up, whatever, you know. Have you fallen over and knocked yourself out or what? Now, this is I am very, probably obvious that I don't have a big problem with discipline or, and it's because I approach this as an adult. And that may sound condescending, but it's really the truth, and I'll give you the thinking behind that. So many people spend so much time waffling on about psychology and oh how tough it is and it's the biggest problem in trading and you know sorry I had to sneeze. Biggest problem in trading, and people text me and ping me and do things to me. Jesus, how can I stop over trading and this kind of things? Now here we have a VPOC migration, which is an important maneuver here. Right up here at this ledge. What does that say to you? Well, remember, forget about the discipline idea. Let's get back to this at the moment because this just happened. The POC marks the spot, the price at which the most contracts have traded. So miraculously, 1 second ago from 59.27, we jumped up here to 72.25. That POC just migrated up there quickly. What does that mean? That means this is now the price which the most contracts have traded, meaning it's kind of like retail, right? This is the place that people agree to trade. There is a setup that some follow called the VPOC migration, which I'm not vetting now, so that's not what I'm up to. But it's a thing, and you can understand how it might work. The fact that it migrated up here gives you an idea that that's the direction. Value is building higher, acceptance is building higher, but the big problem I have, and who can miss the movement of the Yellow Brick Road, right? But my problem is, and many others, the setup is easy to see. It's the criteria that validates the entry that's the tough part. And this is one of the worst, the lowest probable trades I've had, or I do. And here's a perfect example. If you got long right here the minute that migrated at 94.5, The minute it gets to 91.5 down here, you are stopped out. And it's very likely it might down to this support area. So, you know, it's nothing to do with the IB trades, which is what I'm betting now. And the idea of all of this is to have a trading business based on statistics and probabilities, not a video game or gambling. Not that there's anything wrong with any of that stuff, but that's not what I want. That's not my goal. That's not what I am building here. So what is approaching trading as a business rather than the other things? The first thing you need to recognize is that we are operating in a random environment. The outcome of the next trade or price movement is 50-50. That is a statistical fact, and it has absolutely nothing to do with what has come before. Now, that should remind you of a statement that you hear a lot and that most people, including myself, until I realized the truth behind it, just blow off as some sort of lawyer speak or whatever else it is, but it is a statistical fact and a very important one. Past performance is not indicative of future results. That is a statistical statement. That is a fact of statistics. The outcome of the next price movement or trade is 50-50. This is a binary event. It only can go up. It can only go down. There's no time or horizontal movement included. Time we put on it. This is, in effect, a coin flip. Okay? So what do you want to do? Well, you need to figure out or recognize patterns, recurring stuff, recurring criteria. Now this long right here is just stopped out. That's why I don't like that trade. Anyway, for example, I'm doing the IB trades. IB failure, IB continuation. Now, what you need to do then is you identify that and the criteria to validate an entry, and you capture a statistically significant data set or subset of that setup and those criteria. And you want a large enough subset that you're outside the possibility of random distribution. Then you determine mathematically and statistically, does that have, now I'm going to get the trigger. I'm going to get a trigger right here pretty quick. Maybe. A, B, trigger. So let's put our money where our mouth is and go along. Huh? Is it still a trigger? Yeah, it is. Okay.
Order submitted.
Let's see if this works. Now I'll eat my own dog food. Okay, there
Order submitted.
there are the
Order
5
submitted.
copied trades. There's our entry. There's our take
Order
profit
submitted.
risk neutral scale, and there's the take profit too. So let's
Order
see what happens here, and that's at 10:05. So, ooh.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
And now I'm just helmet, right? Because I'm vetting this trade, so I can't touch anything. I hope it gets up there another point and gets my T1. At which point I would be risk neutral, and then I would be ultimately happy about that. You know, then these emotional feelings that I'm having, these adrenaline, which I can feel in myself, would abate, and that would be great. Here's my IRT. It shows the trades. And here shows the trades on the backtest thing. Oh, that's pretty cool. I didn't even know it did that. That's even better, yeah. Okay. I'm taking these snaps for support in my journal, which is with Static. What is this story here now? Well, what do we have going on here now? Controlling my monkey mind and adrenaline, feel it very definitely. Trying to keep from moving my stop up, which would negate the use of this trade in the in my backtesting. Got within a tick of my T1 profit, and my T1 take profit right there. That's pretty darn disappointing. And this is not particularly good idea here now. Funny how the reaction, your hands start to sweat, to feel the adrenaline, you know, and I've been doing this a while. There's something about our monkey minds and wanting to be right, wanting to have this trade work is important. I hate those ledges. You see how that thing has developed a ledge at the top? I never know what to do with that. What I understand about that is there is no excess at the top, meaning at some point we're going to put some taper up there, some excess. The auction was not finished to the upside. For whatever reason, there's no particular large liquidity sitting on top of that. I don't know. Was it a late entry? Maybe. Was it something? Who the hell knows? I don't like the way it's fluffling around here like this, though. There are some people that use a time stop, but there's a lot of different ways you can approach this whole thing. Oh, by the way, we did get a new all-time high there. We've now pushed it up. We have pushed it up again to 95. Oh, and remember that we're bumping up to the century figure up there at 68. I'd be quite encouraged if this signal works. That'll be pretty great. The monkey mind is a pretty incredible thing. That's for sure. But did I ever hit that right at the consolidation spot, huh? And within one tick of the IB of the risk neutral scale. I'm not sure exactly what to think about this other than just let it play out. That's about all all I know how to do. And that's what you should do, realizing that the outcome of the next trade is 50-50, but I'm hoping for the 50 on my side, to be honest with you. I don't know what in the hell might be going on here in the world of is there some sort of records or news that's happening that I don't know about? Well, Johnson was speaking. I guess that might have something to do with it. No, I don't know. The Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. So we're going to let this play and see how it pans out. Taking the IB continuation trade by the numbers. And at some point today, now I didn't even think about this at the time, but if you think, looking back now as my mind clears a bit, there's our VPOC migration. That's the trade I mentioned. But the trigger was simultaneous with, here was the trigger from the IB continuation trade. Now, will we get up there and take that IB or that POC? I don't know. I'm pretty disappointed that we aren't getting more traction above this, above the IB here. That's for sure. But nothing to do now except wait. Nothing to do now except wait. And I don't like that much, but what are you going to do? I would like to see him get up there and get that IB. I think that before this day is over, there will definitely be an extension to the upside because we have no taper on the auction up here. It's flat as a board. This is a poor high, weak high, bad high, everything. Look over here. I'm never sure what to make of all this liquidity that builds below here. Is this a magnet? Are they putting a floor? What the hell is the deal, you know? I talk about this every day. What to make of that? What I'd like to make of it is that they get the hell up there and get to the target. It may be early. We're now at 10:20. Excuse me. And I don't know what's going to happen, but whatever it is just going to happen. So that's that. Come on, girls, let's go. Now I need to think about, should I drag my stops up to break even? That's not part of the trade plan here, but I hate going into a Friday in the hole. Excuse me. Would never dream of moving the stop the other way. And, you know, you got to give them room or whatever they say. But I am kind of tempted to bring it up to break even here because then I don't have any, well, it's going to be too late pretty quick. Funny they can't get around this low volume gap right here and get over that son of a buck, isn't it? We only got to get up there a little bit now. Come on. Come on, girls. Get your big hump up there. I'm really tempted to drag this up to break even. Not to... I don't like a day like this. Goofy numbers, government's on strike, you know. We can't get up one tick earlier over here. They've gotten around that notch. Now will they get going? I don't know. It's only a point and a half there. Well, they've only got to get another point and a half. Come on. There you go. Let's go a little more. Come on, girls. Come on. One more oomph. Lift it one more time. Let's go. Lift it once more. One more oomph, boys and girls. I'm going to trail up to break even here.
Order submitted.
And now let's see them get up there. Oh, and there we went. Ha! Wow, look at that. Was that ever a stroke of luck? What the hell caused that? Now, the interesting part of that trade is something I got to do over here first. What was that now? Oh, 116. Now what will happen is they'll go on to my targets probably, and I'll point out to you that that run didn't get to my stop. Huh? So I would still be in the trade, but now I am flat with 0 P&L. So this exercise of adrenaline rush and whatnot else was for naught. But I don't feel bad about it. So let's get back to the business at hand now and see where we go. Now that trade cannot be included in my statistics because I moved the stop. So the way statistics work, obviously, a data set or a subset of 100 trades, pretend, I achieved T1 so many times, I achieved T2 so many times, what number of times, and I achieved a stop a number of times. That's the way you do those probabilities to vet the trade, but I don't feel bad about that. After missing my scale by 1 tick and then having them play around like this, I'm okay with that. And should they go up and take out the targets, well, then I missed them. And I believe that at some point in this day, we will very definitely put excess over here. We've already moved our, all-time high up a goddamn again. It's just ridiculous. And we're just bumping up on this century figure at 6,800 too, remember. Okay, well. Yeah, there you go. I realize it's not probably it's a psychological deal, right? I hate going into a weekend in the hole. Then you have all weekend to think about it. And I realize that that's putting too much importance on the next trade and all of those things, which intelligently I understand. But I'll tell you, even after all the trades I've taken, standing here during this, very definite. All the emotional adrenaline rush. You know, I can feel it in my hands and my chest, and yeah, absolutely. And now what are we going to have happen? Oh, now one of two things could happen. We will continue to sell off because they couldn't get this thing to go any higher, or we'll trade up here, here again, you know. And remember that all we've got to do is get past 76.50. In other words, 140 something more points right here, more contracts, and the POC will bounce back up there again. Yeah. Well, anyway, I don't feel bad about that. I am pleased that everything happened. I did exactly what I was supposed to do by the rules of that trade for the backtest, or you know, my backtest rules, or the trade rules for the IB continuation trade. So there you go. Would I like to have T2 profits? You freaking bet. Well, do I think we're going to get there? I don't know about T2. We got we got a couple hundred contracts laying out here at 68. And there would have been my T2. Now, are we going to get up here and take T1? You know? Probably. Will I be frustrated to some point? Yeah. But I don't know what to do, you know. I do know what to do. I took the decision and trailed up to break even, and within a second that stop was hit. Did it go past IB and get to my original stop? Nope. So I guess the thing to do at this point then in our narration and the review of the day is to just watch what happens. Which gets hit first? The target, the risk neutral scale, or the stop? My guess is going to be, my prediction is that it will go to risk neutral, because I believe there's auction was not finished to the upside. That doesn't say, however, that we're not going to trade down to the POCs or the you know, the VWAPs or something, or into this liquidity that's been laying down here for a long time. 314 of them at 67, which just incidentally was my scratch or my stop. Don't know. That I don't know. Funny how I can feel my body coming back now to a sense of calmness, and I mentally keep calm and deep breathing and all those kind of things to try to keep all of that in control. But something that you have to remember is, no matter how long you've been doing this, your monkey mind has been evolving for thousands of years. How long you been trading? You know? So my approach to all of that, and it's maybe not the time to be talking about the monkey mind, but anyway, my approach to all of that is to recognize when those emotions and that happens, and then when you recognize it and, you know, consciously are aware of it, to control it is a whole different idea. It's much simpler. You know, that's important to remember. Very important to remember. Trying to get this chapter. Sorry for my. You see why I like using the. Hopefully, I've got this figured out, right? Oh, wait a minute. I'm getting all goofed up. 50, 55. Well, let's make it 60, shall we? Jesus Christ. Okay, I think. So your monkey mind, yeah. Well, what we did we get up there and take it? This would likely have gotten the trigger or the T1 stop or risk neutral scale. I'm sorry. Or not. Could have been close. Your monkey mind, you know, whether you're evolutionist or creationist or whichever it is, I think everybody agrees that humans, the species, have been developing a long time, and that DNA wiring is baked into us all. And there is no way around it. You know, you are going to have emotions. You're not going to control them. You're not going to eliminate them. What you need to do, in my opinion, is recognize them and don't act on them. You know, those are things that kept us alive and enabled survival of the fittest, or, you know, selective adaptation to get us to where we are. If your ancestors didn't have the skills, you know, they ended up something's lunch and you're not here and they're not your ancestors anymore. You know what I mean? That's how genetics works. And so, there you go. There you are. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it, boys and girls. I'm trying to get all this done here. 50, okay. And I don't know what's going to happen. I don't think that would have gotten the scale right there. That is possible. But boy, that would have been a nail biter. This was frustrating. This was frustrating. And I'll point out for sure, the stop has not been hit. Okay. So if I were really a professional trader and really eating my own dog food, I'd be, you know, out having breakfast or gone out for a walk or whatever, and come what may. But I'm still here and still managing, you know, still think I can manage it. Here's a thought for you. You don't suddenly get more intelligent after you get in a trade. That's just, you know, print that and put it on your wall somewhere. That's a real big one. You entered a trade for a reason and for specific criteria, and you're not going to suddenly get more intelligent. Now, watch this. What the hell happened? There's something wrong. This thing just fired all of these stops. I very definitely had no order in the book. What the hell is going on now? Something's funky there. I don't like that even a little bit. Well, that's screwed up. Let's see what we can see. And that's flat, right? I'm going to take this even bigger. I want to get the whole package here, including the time. That's pretty weird. That surprised the hell out of me. I don't know why that happened. Son of a bitch. I don't know. But I do know that I would have been stopped and apparently was, but I'm trying to figure out now what in the Sam Hill happened there. Something is extra goofy now. I don't know what to say. I have no idea what the hell is going on. Recent orders, positions. I don't know if I just got stopped out on a bunch of trades or not, to be honest with you. I got no freaking idea what that was all about. Maybe the trade copier's not working right? That sucks, the big one, boy. I will be real interested to see what the rhythmic account is at the end of the day. Wait a minute here. 3, what day is this? 10-3, 10-3. Okay. Order history. Well, I don't see anything in the order. Oh, this is a mess. Wow, that's pretty darn disappointing, boys and girls. According to this thing, let me see. Let me see the date. Where's the freaking date? Well, that's pretty weird. Where is the date? No, 2506. Okay, those are all correct. Those should have been. Oh man, what is going on here? Something is really going on here, goofy now. I don't know what's going on. I'm not sure. I can tell you one thing. I'm not going to be doing trading anymore today until I sort this out. I don't see those trades fired up here across the stream, which I suppose you noticed or not, at this stop loss. However, I had moved the stop up. Thank you, babe. Oh, you know what it could have been? When I moved the stop, I'll have to go back and review the stream. I may have only moved one. Oh, son of a bitch. That's perhaps what happened. Because this only reflects the one account. If I only moved the one stop up, although I grabbed the whole load. Oh, I'm really confused now. Yep. Dealt. I don't know what to think now. And I can't go back and look at the I'm not seeing anything in Rhythmic as far as the total on the accounts. Boy, that's weird. If that's what happened. If this only moved one, and the copier didn't work properly, I guess, beats the hell out of me. Well, I got to go think about this for a minute. Okay. Now I'm really confused. There you go. Huh. That sucks, I think. All I can think of that happened is when I moved the stop up with the mouse, it only brought one contract instead of all three. Graphically, this is not showing the other accounts, right? Graphically, this is only showing this one, but the idea of the trade copier is that that's all you're supposed to do. So that could be a problem with the trade copier within Bookmap, which is a mega freaking bummer. Hey, Richard. Well, I'm busy stumbling around here trying to figure out what to do next. I had a trade on per my rules exactly, and per my backtest chart, took it exactly here when I had the trigger. Missed my scale, wussed out right here and brought one up. Now I just was sitting here and this happened, and suddenly a bunch of fires came up through here as shorts. So what I'm assuming happened is the trade copier didn't work to put the trades on, did not work to take the trades off, I think. So what I'm thinking happened is that 4 accounts got stopped out and one got taken at a scratch. That just completely sucks, dude. And here would be the, well, I would have been stopped there, so. I have to try to figure out how to get to the bottom of that. I'm going to go off mic here and see if I can sort this out. And now my reaction is to wonder what the hell to do next. If I can't rely on that trade copier thing, that's going to be a giant pain in the ass. It's on. It's correct. Man, I don't know what to say about that. I don't even know how you find out what happened till the day's over with. Jesus Christ. Yeah, wait a second. Multi-account trading. Or it can be executions. Where's the day? Third, 1, 2. What the hell? Oh, something's a big mess here. This thing looks like it's doubled up. Oh man, that really sucks. And who you gonna complain to? Oh no, wait. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10. That's 5 twos. That's correct. I'll have to analyze this. I'm going to have to analyze this. Oops. I'm going to have to analyze this trade copier thing. See if I can figure out what exactly is the goddamn going on here. Well, that sucks. And now here we go. Here goes that taper. There's where I thought we would be going. I didn't get back on here because of this inconsistency with the trade copier, not knowing what to do next. God damn, boy, I'll tell you. I think I need to start looking for a job. This is fucking irritating the shit out of me. With a capital letter. This is where FOMO, your monkey mind, I'm just going to throw one on. I'm going long, you know. That's pretty weird. I'll have to analyze those trades, and I don't know who to complain to. Nobody, apparently. That's the real... that's pretty important to take on board. When you're using these things like a trade copier and Bookmap, they don't give a shit. They're not gonna, give you back something. The TopStep or the prop outfit's not gonna, they don't care. It's got nothing to do. Well, then they're gonna say use TopStep X. Ooh, bad news. I gotta think about this. And yeah, there we go to my T2. Son of a buck. I'm telling you what now. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Not sure what to say, except I'm not chasing this and I'm not giving in to FOMO, so I'm going to make sure I'm muted off. Richard, I guess you heard the American government shut down. There was no non-farm payroll today. An interesting fun fact, over the last 8 or 9 government shutdowns, the S&P has gone up and to the right each and every time, if you're trading that index. Yeah, well, I've been watching my backtest visual confirmation chart here in live in real time. These levels and these signals, nothing to do with the backtest or the trading rule system. These are just, I mean, they do in the sense that these accurately represent the levels which are required or created in this code, as do the trading signals. So what I did was I watched patiently here. There's A, that's the IB stat taken out. And then we trade up into the pullback zone for the IB continuation trade, and I get the B. These signals will fire multiple times because they're not dependent on one and the other. I know what I'm looking for, right? And here we had it fire, here, and then we pull back, and here's the trigger, and that's where I went long for the IB continuation long. And you see the results, and now it's going up where I thought it was going to go. But after this fluffling around over here, after all this waffling around, I got spooked and thought, well, I'm going to move this, take my stop to break even, which removes this trade from the data set of vetting, but, you know, saves you a stop. And I'm sitting here all fat, dumb, and happy thinking, well, that's, you know, I did that, and okay. And then it pulls down here, and all of a sudden I start getting these stops firing up here, and I can't figure out what's going on. So something happened with the trade copier in that when I took this one off, brought it up, I brought it up and then waited, and then it was hit. That didn't, the others didn't follow suit. So I'm screwed on that one. But I mean, obviously all they did was take one stop, so it's not the end of the world because I have a 2.5 to 1 risk reward ratio. But had this not happened, I would have taken this trade again with the signal long, and now where would we be? But this threw me for a loop. And I'm too damn old to be doing loop-de-loops over here, Richard. I'm going to send a White House a letter that I ought to be the director of skullduggery or some damn thing. I'd probably get a job. I got to be as unqualified as anybody else they put in over there. Oh, man. I don't know if you heard the news about that. They flew in all the top, not management, but officers from all over the world in all branches of the American military. Generals, admirals, everybody, to a all hands on deck meeting in Maryland somewhere, a Marine base there. And then they got up and made this crazy speeches that many of the people are going, what the hell was that? We're gonna, you know, got no idea. It keeps getting weirder, I'll tell you that, Richard. I'm gonna come pitch a tent in your backyard here pretty quick. It's pretty crazy. I'm still trying to figure out what the hell happened with this trade copy thing. Now, fortunately, as always, I have stops in. I don't move my stops away, any of that kind of crap. But Boy, I was surprised when these fired. I'm thinking, oh, well, see, look at me, how smart a boy I am. I got off with a scratch, and up they came running up over here. I'm going, what the hell was that? I got no clue. Yeah, pretty crazy, huh? I don't know. I don't watch those. I don't watch any of that stuff. I mean, I just pick up the headline news, and then I move on. It's disturbing for me. So I try to keep myself shielded from all that negativity, but it's hard. It's hard. Sometimes hard's a good thing, sometimes it's not. So I don't know what the hell to do now, to be honest with you. The first of the week, the account went upside down again, and I got that straightened out. Bookmap, at least, went upside down, and I got that straightened out from TopStep, and now I'm starting to think that I'm just going to put some money in a brokerage account. I don't know what to do. Do you trade with the brokerage account, Richard? I know Antonio does. Haven't seen him for a bit, but he trades with the brokerage account and through Interactive Brokers, and I think he charts with TradingView, maybe. I don't know. This thing has worked really great, and I was just shocked. Actually, sure you can tell by my reaction on the mic here, but I can't wait for the day to get over so I can review the goddamn stream and see what happened. I took the stop from here and moved it up to there, and there was no problems. I was careful to do it outside of the active data column over here. All I can figure happened was that it only moved one instead of all. But that's wrong, because this only works on one. In this case, it was two contracts, but it's only looking at one account. The copier has nothing to do with, I don't see anything on the copier here. So when I move the stop up here for both contracts, that should be automatically applied to the other four accounts. I'll have to send Bookmap a nastygram, I guess. I was pretty happy with the trade thing, though. The rules. And all this part when I was thinking, ooh, get along. Oh, there was no signal yet. There was the signal, and I took it. And then there was where I brought it up to scratch. And here's where it dropped down real hard and took out that stop, I guess. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. He has definitely moved into king mode. I think he has pretty much usurped the opinion that he is the, ruler of the universe, I guess. And I suppose it's really not him. I am assuming it's the Peter Thiels of the world and those slippery, slimy assholes, excuse my French, but that's what I think of them, who are actually behind him pulling the strings, like mysteriously dropping $15 million into some Pennsylvania political race because that's what they which way they want it to go, that kind of thing. And then doing everything to have the Justice Department investigate, there's a lot of And it's so funny because he was screaming so loud about weaponizing, that Biden was going to weaponize the Justice Department and all this stuff, which is, of course, exactly what he's done on steroids, I think. Or like I said, I try to stay as far away from the frickin' news as I can get. I watch Peter Boyle. I like to listen to Peter Boyle because he's got intelligent things to say, non-political usually, and it's funny. So, he's an Irishman. Well, I don't know what to think about this story over here. I'm going to try to see what in the hell actually happened here, if I can figure this out. I never look at this thing. This is the copy trade management window. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's correct. 5 times 2. And there's 10 buys and there's 10 sells. So that part is right. Oops. I didn't mean to do that, probably. The problem is, there we go. The problem is these prices. So 90 I don't get it. Order type, price. Okay, 90 was the entries. Oh, so that's the story. 90 was the entries, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 3 of these accounts moved to break even when I moved the stop, because there's the price sell at 90 as buy at 90. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 2 of the accounts did not. So I guess if you want to, so what happened was I took a stop of 3 points on 2 of the accounts, and 3 of the accounts scratched. Jesus tits. And this has worked like $1 million, up until now. Piss me off. What is this? Boom. I don't know if it matters to hide the account names or numbers or not. I got no clue. So this has worked all right. That's been kind of nice. Well, kind of nice, except I haven't made any money with it. But at least it's working, and then the back testing is working, and those things. Oh, my. Still haven't gotten up to, oh, well, that's because we jammed right up to the century figure now. So what's going to happen is if they get through this thing, there's a whole bunch of stops up there, and that's going to go kazoom. And I'm going to be extra pissed. Right to my targets. It's a tough life if we don't weaken there, Richard. Well, the best laid plans of mice and men, huh? And here's an interesting question now. If 2 of the 5 accounts didn't get moved when I moved this one, and then therefore stopped out here at scratch, why didn't they scale here? No. This whole trade copier idea is a great, you know, it's like money for nothing and the chicks for free, right? But, and I figure, why not do it? Why not sim farm and do it like everybody else is? When I make 1, 2 target profit on this account for 60 ticks, I've gotten a 3,500, you know, or 3,500 ticks total. In other words, instead of so it's $3,750 instead of $750. And you know, you can only do that in the XFA, but you can withdraw and get paid for those things. So that builds up the yeah, I suppose that builds up the balance, and then when you go to a live account, that balance rolls into your live account, only one account, which is perfectly fine. I had always thought that the copy thing was some sort of hocus pocus bad idea to start with, and then I've done a couple of them, and okay, fine. I've never had this happen, however. Yeah. All sent to test us, that's for sure. The question is, from whom? If it's my ex-wife, I'm screwed. If it's from my mom, I've got a fighting chance. Tell you, Richard, it'd be better if we'd have been born rich instead of so damn good looking, wouldn't it? And we wouldn't have to be putting up with this. I don't think it matters at all. Here's the synopsis of this trade. So that's exactly as I expected it. Scratch. 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 Okay. And I would have expected that same conclusion for the other four. Instead, and I can't really look at rhythmic because it doesn't kind of update itself. So here's 10 contracts, which is 5 accounts times 2 by 67.90, and that's correct. Here are 5 contracts, 10 contracts to sell, which would close these 5 two-lot trades. And here are 1, 2, oh, wait a minute, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That doesn't make any sense. How the hell can that be? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So there's 3 of the accounts scratched and were moved to the stop and moved to the break even and scratched. And for some reason, these 2 accounts didn't. What kind of horse shit is that? Wow. Better make a screen. I'm building an evidence trail of all this crap there. Send over to Bookmap and say, hey, here's something you might want to be, might want to know about. Yeah, so well, I'm pretty freaking pleased about that. Now they've got the excess on the top that I was talking about ad nauseum earlier. The long here would have been just Jim Dandy for the risk neutral scale and damn near up to the target. We haven't gotten there yet, bud. And I would have been looking at that, honestly. Or is that honestly? Is that just rearview mirror bullshit? Let me think. Probably. So easy to be. I got to figure out how to get paid to be a rearview mirror influencer, man. That'd be a hell of a lot easier than this, I'm pretty sure. Okay, so here was the stop. Fade up, trade down. Boom down here. And then come back up through it and test down. Logically speaking, this would have given me the idea to go long, except look at what this is. This is an IB failure, IB PPOC migration lower. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, it is what it is. It's the spilt milk theory. You know, running around the corral screaming and yelling after the horses that are heading over the hill. And I am mature and disciplined enough, and all the adrenaline has gone out of my system now. I am certainly not going to chase this or do anything else. And I won't be getting any more trades over here today, I would seriously doubt. I've gotten them already, and I did take the trade. And I really wish I could, well, I know how to do this. What I was going to say was, I really wish I could see what that price level was. It looks like 92.75, right? And this looks like, oh, that's the reason. That would not be a scale. It's a quarter short, a tick short, isn't it? Now I'm going to have to look at 936. Fortunately, I can zoom over here to 936. There's 34. You can look right down here. There's the time. There's 34. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The high of 936 is 67.90 quarter. Ha. Okay, 67.90 quarter. And what was the stop? Or the T1 or whatever the hell it is. Well, 67.90. Nope. It would not have been a scale, because this is at 93 correctly. Yeah, that's correct, 93, and this is only 2 1/4 according to, oh, I'm sorry. This is 93. The scale is 93, so it would not have been scaled. And that's why the 2 hangers on didn't scale out, but stopped out. Wow, a tick, huh? Sometimes you wonder, don't you? The joy of trading. And just more confirmation that it is a random market and the outcome of the next trade is 50-50. Looking in the rearview mirror, of course, I can think of 1,000 ideas to have created this. And this entry here is based on the 1 point either side of the IB trigger. If I had my trigger set specifically at a return to equal the IB, that would not have happened until right here. So maybe I need to re-evaluate the rule. But the only way you can do that is to back test 1,000 days or 500 days one way, and then back test again the other, with 1 point either side and 1 point, and that's how you accurately back test over a statistically significant data set. So it says. I got more trouble here than I know what to do. Well, and now BS and bull ticket, BS and bus tickets, right? Okay. 11:30. Hurdy-gurdy. Oh boy. So welcome to the stream, anybody who's not Richard or me. Well, Richard also, but I see numbers going up and down and views and all this stuff, and I don't know what the hell's going on in the background there. Anyway, I think that I am not wrong in assuming that this right here is conclusive proof that the thing failed, because here's the buy copied correctly. Here are 3 of the stops. I mean, here's the stop when they were moved to break even, and these 2 did not follow suit. So I think that's very definitely proof that, wait a minute here. Yeah, that's very definitely proof. I'll just send this to Bookmap and say, hey, I mean, they're not going to do anything, but they're going to say, oh, thanks, maybe. Point out to them that their trade copier fell over. I don't know how it could be related to anything else, actually. I'm pretty sure Rhythmic has a trade copier, like everybody nowadays, I guess. But you have to be executing on RTrader Pro, which I obviously don't do. I don't execute on IRT either, but yeah. think I'm going to worry too much about Bookmap getting back to me. I'm going to have to give a little thought as to whether I want to try to do this anymore or not. Looks so well. I'm so disappointed. I only need one more trade if all 5 of those are over the, well, would have been over the into the XFA. One step ahead and 2 back, huh? That's the wrong way. That's not the right risk reward, I don't think. My risk reward and trading practices are not the problem. It's all this goofiness with accounts and, you know, software seems to be the issues. Took me until Tuesday, I think, or Wednesday to get Bookmap straightened out with TopStep, and now the trade copy thing didn't work today. Then I'm sure they'll say it's something between Rhythmic not accepting the orders or who knows. All of these software vendors they all subscribe to the "it's not our fault, it's the other guy's problem" manual. The minute they find out that you're using something, like, for example, the minute Bookmap discovers that Rhythmic is being provided by a broker, then it's all Rhythmic's fault. Everything's Rhythmic's fault. That was the case earlier. And then Rhythmic says, well, we got nothing to do with it. It's the broker's guy who didn't activate this or do something about that. None of those things have anything to do with the trade copier that I'm aware of. And I'm sure that I will probably become aware of that before too long. And it's certainly not the end of the world, nor am I, going to lose any sleep over it. But I'm going to rethink it this weekend as to what the hell I'm going to do going forward now. Oh, man. Well, it's about noon. This is when they'll go high, wide, and handsome one direction or the other. I'm going to go out for my little walk at noon. Rest my eyes and get some fresh air and some UV. So yeah, almost 12. Another couple of minutes here, or seconds, I should say. I'll do a quick little insight into my thinking as far as it's important to recognize that trading is a zero-sum game. And that means that for every buyer, there is a seller. That's why they call them a contract. That's not why it's not stocks or bonds or something else. It's a contract. So the idea is then, if you hear somebody say, well, the stocks went down because there was more sellers than buyers, or the other way around, they just don't understand how it works. The way the market goes down or up is via aggression. If sellers are more aggressive and cross the market and hit the bid, price goes down. If buyers are more aggressive and they cross the market and lift the offer or lift the ask, price goes up. But it is a physical, contractually, legal impossibility to have more buyers than sellers or sellers than buyers in the futures market. Now, what that means to me is that whenever you see a day, it harkens back to like Tom's, the market goes down to go up and goes up to go down. Why does that happen? Well, as the market, I'm trying to figure out a good view here. The market goes up, buying. Who is taking the other side of all that buying? Somebody is selling to them. They're taking the other side of that contract. How does that person make money? Down they go. The market goes up to go down and goes down to go up. Based on inventory. And that's my opinion, that the bulk of those people who take the other side of retail, especially, are the higher time frame. Think about who do you know? Are you a big enough boy or girl to put a couple hundred contract order in the book on the ES? That takes a hell of a lot of account. Even if it's a spoof, you've got to have the horsepower and the account size to put that in there. Now, This is obviously something to do with news. Somebody is saying something right there. That's not market behavior. And tell me how you manage your risk there. You didn't. Couldn't. But all these guys that have been buying, they just got clobbered. Right here. All these guys who got long just got cleaned up right here. 468 contracts short right there. Or stops, I believe. And that's how I believe it works. And you know, I'm happy to learn otherwise if that's the case. But I think so. And that brings us around to the backtesting, the probabilities, you know, trading as a business, not as a, you know, a gambling or whatever. And be really aware when you're online or whatever about, you know, the clickbait crap like win rate is without a doubt taken on its own absolute bullshit. Clickbait bullshit. I can have a 90% win rate and go broke in 5 trades. It's got to do with your risk reward or your R factor, whatever, however you want to put it. If your risk reward is upside down, I don't care if you got a 95% win rate or greater, you'll go broke. Just over the matter of time in the longer run. The way you actually determine the statistical edge expectancy is over a large, statistically significant data set. And the formula for expectancy is the win rate, okay, yes, that does apply here, times the average winner, minus the loss rate, times the average loser. That is your expectancy over however long a sample set you have. Over 100 trades, I have an expectancy of, 2.5 points per trade, for example, whatever, I expect that that's what my positive, and if your expectancy after you do the math is negative, then you better get away from that setup in a big hurry. That's part and parcel of approaching this as a business, rather than as a hunch and gambling and all those things. So this has been a learning experience. Thinking I was all breaking my rules, but doing it intentionally. After I didn't like this price action here, bringing this up to break even, where it immediately got hit. I thought I was, okay, broke the rule, but there I did. And then this happened, so, I go figure. And now this is happening, and who knows what. I'm afraid to look at who's saying what over here. Oh, well, that was a big out. Let's see what's happening in the other. Oh, there we go. Well, that does it. She's given her little, the blondie puss has taken the stage. Okay, well, that's perfect, isn't it? The random risk band has taken the mic. There you go. Okay, no problem. So that's exactly what happened there, and I'm not going to worry about it. But it was obviously news. Anymore, when this would happen, I'd be thinking stop run, liquidity vacuum, stop cascade, whatever you want to call it. When I see any kind of dramatic movement now in the last few months, I just immediately go to the news. And most of the time, that's where it lays. Yeah. Okay, well, I'm not expecting any more signals. I'm going to go out and rest my eyes. I suggest you do the same thing. And I'll be back after bed. And if you're gone when I get back, have a great long weekend. Remember, the most important tool you have as a trader is on your side of the monitors. No matter what kind, much more important than monitors, sizes, software, connections, any of that crap. It's you and your brain. You interpret all these signals. You need to be firing on all cylinders, well rested, well hydrated, healthy, having, exercising, and well, not on tilt, be aware of your emotional and physical state. Staring at our monitors for hours every day is horrible for your eyes because it locks your short focus muscles. Do an experiment. Clench your fists together as tight as you can, 30 minutes, and see what happens to your hands and forearms if you can do it that long. When you're focused on the screens, your short focus eye muscles are locked in, just like clenching your fists to focus. So get out of your, go for a walk, look down the street, look off to the horizon, get some natural light. Those are all things that rest your eyes and will preserve your vision. And, if you're going to be a trader for a period of time, you're probably going to want to see. So there you go. Here was another trigger. Now that would not be one I would have hoped to take right there. Well, what happened? Who's on third? Okay, we've got the big W, the big ABC, and up we go. I knew a guy who scored by that. Yep. Doesn't look like they're having a lot of fun today. Got a big buying wick up there. No, we're getting signals on the IB low now. Look at there. Hmm. Okay, so now what? My signals are firing over here for an IB continuation trade. Actually, both ways. Got an IB continuation trade firing there, and a failure trade firing here. Okay, so what the hell are we doing now? 6 minutes, all right, or 6 hours, I should say. And we're in the 2 o'clock hour here. The world famous power hour. What does that mean? Beats the hell out of me. I don't know where that saying ever came from. But anyway, we are, and it's 2 o'clock. So what have we got going on now? Fairly balanced day. We have now taper and excess on both sides, so the market's happy. Taking a look at the backtesting setup and the signals, I adhered to these backtest signals this morning. Got really not any problems except for the trade copier didn't work right to do with. That's a bookmap issue. I sent a help thing in and they never answered me, so they said thank you. Yeah. Now this chart is just a visual confirmation tool for me. These lines and levels and zones and signals represent rules and lines and levels and signals in the trade system, but they're not connected. So this is just a visual confirmation tool for me. And the backtesting stuff occurs over here. For example, let me give you an example of this is the full IB trades, both directions. IBC, IB continuation off the low, IB continuation off the high, IB failure off the low, high, IB failure off the low. All 4 trades around both IB statistics. And they use the risk neutral methodology. This isn't working. The IBC's portion, when I converted the code together, when I combined the code, not quite right, I don't think. So I'm going to work on that this weekend. But this will give you some idea why backtesting is important. I've been working on vetting the 4 IB trades for a long time. And I'm within a, kind of frustratedly within a win, 1 trade win, or, now 1.5. From having all 5 of these accounts in the XFA. But here's the way why backtesting is important and why it can be so helpful. We're going to backtest 500 days. 2 contracts each with the ES, day RTH session only, and have these reports. Done. It took 5 seconds to backtest 493 days of trading. It goes through each 1-minute candle. It runs through all of these rules over each 1-minute candle. It took 373 trades. It took 183 long and 190 short. Made $55,000. Now, this is one of my tests. Maximum stop loss is $300. That's right. This is incorrect. It should be $750. I know exactly what this is. This is the 1st of May. And why that, instead of taking the second profit target on the IB, I believe it's an IBC, instead of taking the second profit target, it's exiting on the end of day. And I need to sort that out this weekend also. But it's 1 trade that could be taken off of here. Instead of $3,000, it would be $750. And here's the beautiful part about it. About this particular, one of the beautiful parts about this particular program. Oh, come on. This thing is having a memory issue or something. There is every trade. There are all 370, however many it was, trades taken since November 3rd, 2023. The trade, the outcome, the effect on the on the P&L or per trade. There's a full winner, there's a scratch, there's a full stop, craziness, full stop, full winner, scratch, and on and on. And you can go back and look at each day, each time, exactly what happened and understand why, if it fired correctly, if it didn't, whatever the deal is. It's phenomenal. Then you can also, you can use the statistics to know what your stats are, what your, this had a 36% profit win rate of 36%, a profit factor of 2.54% contracts per trade. It averaged for $147.62 per trade net. That's backtesting in a nutshell. After you get that, and now it'll also optimize and forward test. So that's where I'm going with this whole story. I'm looking over here though. I missed my trigger, of course, but any one of these triggers would have been, these would be IB low or continuation trades. In other words, short. So there you are. That's what I'm up to. What a day, huh? Government is still on vacation, I guess. What's happening in the snooze? Well, nothing in financial, nothing in investing.com, of course. Tomorrow, next week, assuming the boys and girls get their issues ironed out. Nothing on Monday. Tuesday, we have no specific numbers. Wednesday, this is all based on the fact that we don't have any government yet. That's why we didn't have non-farm payroll today, for example. And this is financial juice, which is pretty much the same calendar items or docket, but a bit more of a squawk box going on over here. Where are we for, what do you suppose volume is? I'm going to guess light. Oh, I guess wrong. 116% for this time of day. And our ATR is way up to 575. So this is open interest. SPX. I should have looked at the number. I could have told myself without looking at that page right up here, and then I'd have seemed like a real big shot. Well, there's where we opened, and here's where we are. Uh-oh. What's that say? That says, there's the open. Where is it? Well, okay, if you're going to play it be that way, then be that way. There's the open. And here's where we're trading. We are exactly on the open. We have traded this entire day and gone exactly no place. Pretty funny, huh? Maybe not. Now, we did have a balance, or we achieved our 32%, taking both IB low and IB high. That's usually around 32.5% or so every day. Statistic, let's see what that is today. $32.5. Well, that's pretty close. What a suckwad day. I'm disappointed about that copier thing. I don't know what to do about it exactly. I sort of reported it to Bookmap and they didn't seem to, I didn't get much response out of anybody. That's kind of disappointing. Well, there's our range. Here's Blue Boy over here. Here's our open. There's the open. And here we are. So pretty clearly, I'll have to go back and look at the exact signals, but it would seem to me that the IB, if in fact we got the signal, it would have been here for the IB failure. What time is that? Around how well 12 o'clock, of course. Okay, now where are we here? 1422. We're getting ready to round the final curve here. And then we're into the weekend. And there we go. I'm wondering if these signals are valid. I gotta check that out. Yeah, this is a suckwad day. There's no question about it. This was my IB long continuation trade within a tick there of my scale. I wussed out here, which is just, and brought up the stop to break even when we were up here, and it got hammered immediately. The trade copier didn't function properly, and so only 3 of the 5 accounts did the break even, and 2 of them remained down here. I was quite shocked when price came down through here, and all of a sudden I started seeing these notifications fly up the side. Had I known, I could have closed them out at any point up here. I guess the thing I have to do is now confirm everything to do with my entries and exits and movement, primarily exits. Ooh, that's one that's interesting. There is no way when I moved these stops and it recorded right here that I did, and you see that it says 0 P&L scratch. There's no way I can confirm that. Oh, yes, there would be. I think I can do that with the trade management thingy. Standby. Positions and working orders. I could have done that here and then closed all or whatever. So I didn't know that. I've not ever had any issue with that thing. You know, learn something new every day, right? Always learning. Always a learning episode there. Every day, the market gives you a new way to learn. Really great. A great learning opportunity. It keeps your brain, it keeps the elasticity of your thinking in your brain, I guess. One way to look at it. Well, there we go. 1 second. Ooh, baby, there we are. We rounded that final curve. So let's me try to figure this out here. $6.30. Let's just go with. Okay, let's do the daily recap. And to use the elapsed time on the OBS and keep a text document going for these chapters until that guy gets his end fixed. So let's start with the world famous news. And here we have financial juice, as I said. Similar docket, more of a squawk box feel. This is where we'll see the market on close imbalance orders at 1450. This is my first and my go-to news source because I like the way I'm able to capture the screen and post it, and it's clear, concise. It isn't confusing and hard to read, in my opinion. Also, we have and you can filter both of these to your time zone and for what reports you want, what country you want, everything. They're international. And in the case of investing.com, you can also look at earnings, holidays, dividends, splits next week. So here are the docket for next week in terms of reporting. You'll notice that there's no CPI or anything here because none of the government reporting is in here yet. Private non-farm payrolls. There's one I never heard about before. Huh. Michigan number, that's a big one. I frankly don't know what the initial jobless claims number here, where that would come from. Next Thursday. Typically, I thought it was a adjusted number off of today's supposedly non-farm payroll. So there you have it. Anyway, there you have that. There's no earnings to speak of. Pepsi, oh boy. And this is free. You can buy it, pay for them if you want, but it's free, as is financial juice. So we'll leave that alone and we'll jump over here to our IRT. So that pink right there, that's the open. And there we are at the open. Right on the expected move for the week, whatever that means. The expected move for the day didn't really contain it that much. That's a number that I'm not too sure what to make of it. Somebody said it's a pretty good deal. Options people talk about it all the time. So I've been trying to keep an eye on it. We were divergent with the NASDAQ for quite a while, right here. And we went up, and then now they've gotten back to their alignment together, their whatever the name is. And here's my higher time frame, or my micro composite chart, their correlation on the market. This is an RTH session only, daily bars. Where they overlap, I draw a volume profile around them. By doing so, that generates the high and low volume nodes, red and green lines. and a micro composite VPOC, you know, all-time highs, things like that. And I push those red and green lines to Bookmap. The session prices here also push to Bookmap. And that takes us, to Bookmap. There's the open. That will mean this day was 100% pure speculation, having nothing to do with the value of the S&P. If we closed right there. So here we are. Here's our total session. Open, nearly the close. IB low, IB high, fairly narrow range. Well, not a narrow IB, and then they expanded the range a little bit and took both initial balance, both sides. We have a new IB high again. Push this up here. I don't mean IB high, I mean all-time high. Right at, look at that, right at 6,800. That's interesting, isn't it? Wow. Right at the century number there. What will I expect for next week? More of the same. Who knows? This market is going to be a little apprehensive. It's statistically verified that in a government shutdown over the last 8 or 9, the stock market, i.e. the S&P, goes up and to the right. Not so much for others, but that's the nature of the beast in a government shutdown. I mean, when you stop and think about it, what do they care? What does Apple, how does a government shutdown, especially a relatively short one, how does that affect Apple or Amazon or, you know? It really doesn't. It affects remember that our bond market is is where we borrow the money to pay our debt. That's why the bond market is the huge 500-pound gorilla in the economy. Trump throws a bunch of tariffs on, dollar goes down, bond go down, yield goes down. He runs out the next day and postpones the tariffs for 90 days because the bond market, and you know, he got a lot of phone calls saying, "What, are you out of your mind?" Exactly. I mean, that's how it works. Those kind of things. We need to have a robust economy. We need to be able to sell bonds to pay our debt. We borrow every day to pay the debt on our deficit, to pay the interest on our debt. And he's going to spend $1 billion or $1 trillion to update the military, and he's building a $200 million ballroom in the White House. None of those things are curtailing or are spending, you know. That's the part that's worrisome to me. But nobody cares what I worry about. So I would suggest that we're going to probably close kind of limp like this right here. I wouldn't suspect that we're going to have a closing swing trade or any kind of a squeeze. We've traded, think about it. We've traded up. We've traded down. We're back here. Where's inventory? It's just about exactly where it started. And I believe overnight, if you look at overnight, our inventory was pretty much balanced. So I think they're just trading them, you know. They need to trade them to make a market to make money. And the more retail people and traders they can throw in the blender, the bigger the pot of retail soup they can make. And we're going to get that market on close imbalance orders at 1450. That's about 10 minutes. In the meantime, I'm going to look at the signals over here and see how that's turning out. None of these would have been a profitable signal here. Yeah. Just to recap again the way they, first of all, they're new. Probably not, but in case, none of the lines or signals on this chart connect in any way to the trade system. They do reflect exactly the rules in the trade system. These are the pullback zones, the IB high, the IB low, the trigger zone, and the specific rule markers. But these are standalone for me, for my visual reference only. They're not, this is not firing, in other words. The trade signal is not happening. I use that for backtesting. But I want to see in real time, you know, how these rules would play out. Now here we have an IB failure long. First of all, we have to have an IB stat, and there's one and there's the other one. And they are pretty much a given. And then we have the second rule, which is the B. First we had the first rule here, second rule for the IB continuation, and the trigger for that. Got you scaled, maybe. Got you stopped, unfortunately. Wouldn't hit it again. Now we take a failure rule and this would be the first trigger, which would have immediately gotten stopped. So it's these are very, you have to be very careful and not let your imagination run away with you by going, okay, there's that one, and I'm going to take this one over here, and oh boy, I made it lower. I'm going to take this one right here and make a lot of money. Or this one down here. That isn't how it works. That's not how the, oh, I'm sorry. This one over here. That's not how the system would work. It follows the rules sequentially, and it doesn't, you know, when it hits a trigger, it fires a trigger. Here's a trigger for the long. Here's a trigger for the short continuation. Here's a trigger for the long, stopped out. So these are not a panacea, and this is why you need to look back over a large data set and get outside the possibility best you can of random distribution. It's my feeling, I don't know, it could just be absolutely my imagination, but I can control it and see with the code. I have the opinion that the best signals and my best outcomes happen in the IB, or the RTH1, which is the first. You divide the total number of minutes in the RTH session by 3, and RTH1 is the first one, right? And then there's, so it's about 10:45. And the rest of the time, not so much. There is usually a, well, I shouldn't say usually. It seems to me that frequently there is a movement the opposite direction in the 12-to-1 area. Could just strictly be, my imagination. Humans, the human mind is a really, we have a lot of baggage, boy, that we evolved with. It's what kept our ancestors alive and allowed their DNA to come down, be passed down to us. Survival of the fittest, selective adaptation, whatever you want to call it, evolution, whatever. And on the other side of that coin, if way back when somebody saw out on the Serengeti, if somebody saw the grass wiggling and they ran the other way, they probably lived long enough to pass their genes down. If they ran over there and kicked the grass, they might have ended up something's lunch, and therefore no gene passing, right? That was the end of that line. So that's how it works. Unfortunately, we as humans have a real capacity to see patterns, whether they're there or not. And this is why the rear view mirror trader guru-y guys are so believed by many. You see this pattern right here? Look at it. I knew this was going to be short, and I got long right here. Well, and why did you not know it was short and you're going to get long there? Or how about here? Or how about here? Because they're looking back in the rearview mirror. Now, you get over here to the hard right edge, you tell me where that market's going now. Or, better yet, tell me right there what's going to happen. That's the difference. That's the difference in rearview mirror trading and trading on the hard right edge. You have to interpret what you see, trade what you see, not what you think. And it's so easy to look back and, just pick out every spot. I didn't get long right here, I got long right here. And if I didn't trade live in front of everyone, prove me wrong. If I say I got long right here, and I got my scale here, and I got my T2 right here, who the hell is going to say I didn't? How are you going to prove I didn't? That's the problem. That's the problem. Or you got short right here for whatever reason, and you got stopped right here. But if you look back at it and you say, well, I saw this failure, we came up, I got short right here, and then this, and then this, and this. I mean, you see the point, right? It's so easy in the rearview mirror, and it's not that easy on the hard right edge. This trade completed all the signals. The difference was the entry here or the entry here. This one goes to the profits. This one missed my risk neutral scale by a tick. This is when the first signal fired on the backtesting. Right there. So that's what I took. You know, woulda, coulda, shoulda. Actually, I remember now. I took my long right here, and I got my scale there, and you know, I didn't get stopped out here because I took my long here. My stop was down here, and then I got T2. In other words, it's just, you know, so easy to just be a magical bullshitter. Wow, look at this noise. Look at this big drop we got going on over here. Did any of that fit the rules? That's what I'm trying to see. No. That's now this is a perfect example. 51. You know what that was? Football. That was that's the market on close orders. The market on close imbalance, I should say. Sorry. Right there. Sell side, 1,324,000,000. NASDAQ. Sell side, S&P. Sell side NASDAQ 100, 455 million. Dow 30, sell side 366. Mag 7, sell side 426. And that, boys and girls, is what caused that right there. And I'm busy going, ooh, look at that. What a dork. So, yeah. I will be back online Monday morning at 0800 for the pre-market and everything else. I will try to sort out with the Bookmap folks why the hell that copier didn't work, but I now know what to do. And that is keep your eyes peeled right here at all times. Keep this open someplace. I need more screens, I guess. I have a lot of them. I have in front of me here is a 4-monitor rack. The two lower ones are these big ones that you see every day. These are 32-inch 4Ks. Then to my left is a 27 high def vertical on that other stand-up desk over there around to the corner. That's running OBS and stuff. This one, and this also 4K 32-inch are my trading machine. These are the two you see. The upper two monitors, 27 high defs, are driven by a third computer, or a second computer, I should say. And then further around to my left is another 32-inch 4K driven by my third old trusty standby workstation that runs Outlook and all those things. So what the hell would I do? How would I do that? What I'm thinking about, I guess I have to look at I would have to look at my graphics card and see how many D ports I've got available. If I could run one more D port and run one third monitor on the upper rack, and then I'd have to figure out my scenes and oh geez. But yeah, what I was getting at was I need to have this thing, wherever it went here. this thing visible at all times so I can see what the hell is going on. You know, here's what happened to me. There's all 5 one lot buys. In other words, there's 5 computers, there's 10, but each, you know that my minimum package is a 2 lot. Then I moved my stop. I moved all of them. I just grabbed the stop and moved it, and that's supposed to copy across all of the accounts. What it did was it copied across these 3 accounts, and they stopped for scratch, and I thought it was over with, never dreaming that 2 of the accounts still had a stop resting at 87. And all I would have had to do was know that, and by looking here, and I could have just instantly closed the position. So in effect, it's my problem for not managing properly, but to be honest with you, I've never even thought about it. Apart from activating that multi-account trading thing in the morning, when I do it, and when I in the pre-market, when I show how to set up trading and Bookmap and all that stuff in the risk management system, I've never thought about it. Guess I'm thinking about it Monday. Always something. Always something. Now, here's what I should have been showing you. Sorry about that. This is what I should have been showing you. Now, here's the executions. These are the 5 accounts, 1 lots. I move my stop up to break even, and there they are. Not dreaming that these 2 accounts still had 4 lots sitting at the original stop of wherever it went of 87. So, oops. Okay, we're 3 minutes till the world famous close on a Friday afternoon. Remember that of all the equipment and gear and computer stuff you own for trading, the most important tool you have is on your side of the monitor. Make sure you take care of your eyes. Get out and take a walk, through the day every couple hours and look off into the horizon. That rests your short focus muscles in your eyes, and the UV helps. Little UV helps. Not a lot, but a little. Keep your health good. Make sure you're rested. Make sure you're not on tilt. Make sure you're well hydrated. Your brain is what's bringing all this together. It's like the conductor in an orchestra, right? You got one piccolo player sitting over there, it's not going to sound so great. But if you got the whole orchestra going and the conductor leading the show, it can sound like a concert. And that's what you need to do. But if he's hungover and strung out and, can't keep time and whatever else, it's not going to end well. And I can safely say that I don't have any kind of a setup in my world now. This looks to me very, very much like, and I'm sure somebody over in Static is calling this a bar trade, which is consolidation, breakout, retest, and then my problem with the breakout and retest is which way do you think it's going to go? Is it going to go, there's the breakout and the retest. Is it going to trade in that direction? How about this one? There's a breakout and retest. Here's one. How do you know this one? Unless you are that internet rearview mirror guy, and you knew very definitely that this was the one. Not to be facetious, but maybe. So that sucks. And here they come. Here comes the liquidity for those market on close orders. Imbalance. Can they get it back to the open? I don't know. There you are, boys and girls. That's it for the week. What a week. What a week. Well, I got a lot of work to do. That's for sure. Get back on my code to iron out that situation. I had the IBC and the IBF working perfectly, and then I decided that I was going to join them together. And in the process of doing that, something got skewed, I believe. I thought it was thoroughly tested last weekend, but it doesn't seem to be working out that way now, so I have to figure it out. And I'm sure Mama will have something she wants to do, a market or something. Tomorrow's honeydew shit, mow the lawn and all that stuff. And Sunday, every Sunday, I go for a 12-plus mile jaunt. I'm going to also figure out a way somewhere to get the time together to do about 3 or 4 mile quick little walk every day. Help my exercise, help my health, help my eyes. So have yourself a really great weekend, and do something good for yourself, your health, your eyes. Get away from the screens. And I will see you at 0800 Monday morning. Remember that if these session prices would help you out somehow, I push them, happily and freely to anybody that wants them. I start IRT up at 1700 Sunday night, and it runs through 1600 through right now, or actually a little through 1600 on Friday. And just drop something in the chat and I'll hook you up. It comes as a CSV file pushed to you from Google Docs, Google Sheets or something. Google Docs, I guess. All right. Have a good one. Thumbs up on the way out. It'd be really cool, and a subscription would be even